But in the day, it's still God in the night. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind like you never know. Yeah, but things change when you're down in the valley. Don't lose faith, for you're never alone. For the God of the mountain is still God in the valley. When things goes wrong, He'll make them right. And God of the good times is still God in the bad times. The God in the day is still God in the night. You talk of faith when you're on top of the mountain, but talk them easy when life at its best. But it's down in the valley of trials and temptation. That's when your faith is really put to the test. Lord of mercy, for the God on the mountain is still God in the valley. When things go wrong, He'll make them right. God of the good times is still God in the bad times. God in the day is still God in the night. God in the day, yeah, it's God in the night. Lord of mercy, when things goes wrong, make them right. Yeah, oh bye, Lord of mercy. God in the day, God in the night. All I've got now is all to Jesus. I surrender all to Him. I freely give. I will ever love and trust Him in His presence daily. I surrender all. I surrender all to Thee, my blessed Savior. I surrender all to Jesus. I surrender, humbly head me, Jesus, take me now. I surrender all. I surrender all. All to thee, my blessed Savior.
Okay. Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio, Monday. Yes, and we are final week before Christmas. Next week is Christmas week. Yes. Yes. And then we are boiling down. The year 2024 is coming to an end. Yes. This afternoon on Workers' Time, we are going to be taking a look at the year. Yeah, with trade unionists. Talking about the trade union situation for 2024. Okay, we are going to start today's program, by looking at some public affairs issues with well-known public commentator Lucius White. Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. White.
Good afternoon, Sir Desmond.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As is customary, Merry Christmas.
Same to you and family.
Yes, sir. Yes. Well, the year is coming to an end now, and it has been a very eventful year for us in Jamaica. But from a public perspective, what are some of the things, events that stood out in your mind?
In my mind, my major disappointment
Yes.
has been the fact that the administration just never seemed to understand or appreciate the importance of production and productivity as a factor that is responsible for people's living standard.
Yes.
The effort that has been made to pay down your debt faster, with the emphasis faster than your legal requirement and obligation, while ignoring the necessity to invest in increasing your productive base and productivity, has been one of the major disappointments to me.
Yes.
And one which the consequence thereof will be that we will be pushing this country into a recession at a time when we should be growing.
Yes.
We failed to maintain the infrastructure and public facilities, causing excessive damage when they are tested. In other words, rain, you get a little rain and you get a whole heap of damage, because in a lot of cases you never did clean drains and you never did maintain your surfaces. You don't divert water and put them in whether you want to use open reservoirs or are you going to recharge aquifer. You do no such thing. And then you end up with a situation where with a little bit of rain you got a whole heap of damages. And then you figure that it will qualify you to get borrows. No, all honest debt has to be repaid. And if you are putting yourself into a borrowing position rather than putting yourself into a position where you don't need to borrow, then it shows to me short-sightedness. But one of the reasons why this thing annoys me so much is that I do not believe it's out of total ignorance why that policy has been adopted. It is my opinion that the people who advocate and implement that policy are usually linked directly and indirectly with the financial sector who are beneficiaries of the borrowing system, and they don't put enough emphasis on ensuring that we are a productive nation with a capacity to pay for our consumption.
But
and that you will only do if you are able to educate and train your labor force. And you ensure that by ensuring that you have enough school places, teacher to student ratio properly, and this foolishness of promoting children merely by the fact that they have spent a year in a class, not on any merit or any performance. They are promoted. You end up with 30% of your children who pass through not only primary school but in secondary school in some cases who are still semi-literate.
But Lush,
yes.
The government, when you look at the government spending, the government has been spending a lot of money from its own resources.
And that is spending money. Spending money does not necessarily mean you're getting value for money.
No, I'm not talking about value for money. I am talking about the borrowing. They have been able to accumulate money from their own from our own resources, and therefore the government has been able to spend without borrowing.
No, that is a lie, and it is part of the obfuscation policy that allow them to deceive you.
Yes.
The government is borrowing money in the process of what is going on. When you hear you're putting up bonds are borrowing, you know. You can't get something out of nothing.
Yes.
And the truth is that when you have a situation where rather than spending, which will allow you to save by the reduction that you have to spend for maintenance, then you have missed the boat. And this is where we have missed the boat. The hurricane didn't come. It passed nearby, and the whole of your line rolled down. Why? Because there wasn't sufficient maintenance in the lines.
Yes.
It's a similar thing with the water supply. Rain, you have whether the little river or a gully pass in an area. And rather than you control it, because this is something that used to be done in the past, when National Works Agency we used to call them grind and start to call them Gabion baskets. You have your wire basket, you pick up the stone and pack the stones and direct the river that it don't damage you. You direct it where you're going. You don't spend on those. And then when the rain come, it mash up the place, it cut off the community, it cut off the people from productive area, it increased people's cost of operating. And it is a lie to tell people that you're doing things from your own resources and you're not borrowing. We have resources and we are to use it intelligently. And when you don't control corruption, and one of the reasons why you are so susceptible to corruption is because you have not even spent the money to ensure that you can get a census so that you know where to spend the money. And you have $3 trillion which you have not accounted for because the matter of a matter passing through Parliament, it must be accounted for. And when you do not account for it, you can't say that it is not stolen because you don't know. And the way how you do that is to be able to give your figures so that the Auditor General can say what was passed in Parliament has been accounted for. So by obfuscating and confusing the public to say how well we are doing, we end up with a situation where we are told unemployment is at its lowest pace. We have been carrying fiscal surplus for more than ever before. But poverty has increased.
Yes.
To over 20%, coming from about 9%. And the last time you have a thing going in that direction was in slavery, when you have full employment and maximum poverty. So do not be fooled when people give you figures which cannot be authenticated because they are not even in a position to give you the reports.
Yes.
And one of the reasons why the country is going to get a big blow with this lack of accountability is that we have always heard a whole heap of announcement from all kind of ministers and public officials announcing this big expenditure and this expenditure, which did not come up in the budget. And eventually, these have to be accounted for. But the money that was passed in Parliament, it is not confirmed what it was spent for, or whether it has been diverted and excessive money has been spent. And this is why this matter where this unaccounted money cannot be treated lightly as they're saying it is not stolen. All of it may not be stolen, but how much of it is stolen, you will never know until you are able to do a proper audit. And you remember when the Auditor General pointed out to the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Health that they had to give proper accounts and the method they were using. And he said, she can't tell him what to do. And up to now, we have not gotten proper accounting for all of those expenditures, including years. And it cannot be accepted or remain acceptable for administration to go on for years without giving proper account. And if we're talking about constitutional amendment, one of the amendments that must be done is when a department or officer fails to meet the accountability criteria, he must be suspended from office without pay until that is rectified. And if it takes longer than, say, 6 months, then he must be removed from office as a matter of a legal constitutional condition.
Yes.
Any company on the stock market, if their accounts are not brought to book within 3 months,
Yeah, they are in problems.
they are suspended from trading until that is rectified.
Yes, sir.
Yet we have department ministries 9 years, 11 years without giving proper accountability, and life goes on.
Mm-hmm.
It is not prudent, and it certainly makes us extremely vulnerable to corruption.
Yes. So, Lush, what would you say about 2024? How would you size up 2024 as far as as far as governance is concerned? How would you rate us?
2024 has been a year of lost opportunity, and our governance continue to deteriorate because there is an absence of accountability. Nobody is responsible. You hear somebody is one ministry of what? 2 or 3 permanent secretaries being paid.
Mm-hmm.
This is not governance. If somebody has to be removed, you must do your proper duty so that you meet the requirements of how to remove them.
Yes.
You have people whose performance, you have been told that they will have to be suspended while the matter is investigated, and they continue to get paid at government expense. Somebody else is being paid to do the work, or the work is not being done. And then we say we have governance.
Yes.
What we have is a system that protects cronies. The Integrity Commission said what? 8 people situation has not met their thing. But away from the Prime Minister, who has acknowledged that he was one, nobody else has acknowledged while the standard procedure, the Integrity Commission would have advised all of those people, but the law does not allow the Integrity Commission to tell the country, say, these are the people.
Yes, sir.
And they are not saying it. So you have 7 others who are hiding under that cloak, and they hope, no doubt, to remove the obstacle, which is the Integrity Commission, by doing its job, have now been identified as targeting people.
Yes.
And I think the important thing is not whether you're targeting people, but you must target breaches.
Yes, sir.
And whoever commits a breach or fails to meet up to the requirement, it is the duty of the Integrity Commission to target the breach, so that the thing can be corrected. And we cannot continue to have this system where somebody investigates, somebody can't talk, and then somebody can say something else, and the findings try to be nice and thing without dealing with the conclusion decisively that a breach was committed, and this is how it is corrected.
Mm-hmm.
we are not having good governance.
Okay.
And you cannot have good governance where corruption is tolerated by allowing for poor accountability for the nation's resources.
Yes. So you are marking down this year as far as governance is concerned.
As far as governance is concerned, if I give 3, I'm giving a lot. It don't deserve more than 1.
Yeah. So are there any bright spots for the year?
I can't give any bright spots. Guess why?
Yeah.
The bright spots would come in announcements. And all these announcements are announcements that have been announced time and time again, over and over and over again, without being implemented so that you can measure. For instance, we get a bright announcement, $100 million for the agricultural sector, and we'll be 100% self-sufficient in potatoes. Just look at the 100 million. 100 million, and you say you want 4,000 farmers. That is 25,000 per farmer. 25,000 can't develop 1 acre of land properly.
Mm-hmm.
And so the announcements sound great, but there is no provisions for either stable marketing, which would be done by contract, nor storage, nor processing. So if you neither do storing nor processing, you are going to perpetuate what has plagued us, which is glut and bust. When people respond to the demand to increase production and they produce and it comes in, the market is overloaded and they lose money and the system continues like that.
Yes.
Glut and bust, because the fundamental principle of ensuring stability, you can ensure stability when you guarantee a farmer, you give me this amount, I pay you that. And then we tell you, say they can't do that because you're interfering in the market. Look how successful the chicken production in Jamaica has been. No farmer is producing chicken there, and they don't know how much they're getting from whether broilers or the other producer. And that set the tone for the price in the market. But no, you tell other farmers to go and produce, and when they produce and it's coming in bulk, your solution is to say they have farmers market where people must come get suppressed price. To me, it is tantamount to, well, it is downright wicked. It's past stupidity, because if you are serious about agricultural production, there are 2 things you must do. You must give stability by ensuring that the producer don't have the problem of marketing. So you must give him a price which can be calculated to give a reasonable return on investment, and then you deal with surplus above that. What is going into storage, and what is going into the fresh market at premium, and all of these things must be done. But if you are just hoping for it to happen, it will never happen, and we continue with a system which was designed since slavery and expected to work in a modern economy.
Yes.
It ain't going to work.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Lush. Well,
Right.
let us see what is going to happen. A new year is is coming up. So
yes, and please, I'm begging you one thing.
Yes.
Do not fall for announcements.
Yes.
And this argument, if anybody keep on telling you that we are doing things from our own resources, ask them to tell you how much was borrowed in the last budget, and if we're not increasing borrowing inside and outside of the budget, while we are announcing about our grand growth. Oh, you're going to grow when you're not producing.
Okay.
All of this stuff, we continue to carry trade deficit, you know.
Yes. All right,
all of what we export, plus the remittance, can't pay oil bill.
Yes. All right, we have to leave it there for
all
today.
Right, blessings, my brother.
So take good care of yourself, right?
Blessings.
It was public commentator Lucius White, looking at what the year, how we perform for this year. Let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
Yourself, professionals and contractors, this is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New budget supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Ooh, look where me live this see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right now. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Heart here.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living, 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 living.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio. It's time for us now to look at, one of the sad thing, one of the issues that we are faced with this year, as we are coming to the end of the year, is the high rate of accidents on our roads. And we're talking about fatal accidents. It is over 350 now. And the motorcyclists continue to head the list. Most of the victims are motorcyclists. And boy, we keep on, at Rebel Radio, we keep on appealing to the drivers, riders, and pedestrians to obey the rules of the road. Cut out the speeding, please. We are losing too many lives on our roads. Last year it was over 400. And we've gone over 300 this year. Too many lives. And the young people. Well, this afternoon we have with us one of the caregivers, one of those who are working to save lives on our road. And we are talking about Surgeon Kerry Fletcher. You have the St. Anne's Bay Hospital. Now, he did a survey on the accidents, motorcyclists, accidents on the road. And that survey came up with some interesting findings. We are going to talk about that this afternoon. Good afternoon, Dr. Fletcher.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Yes, sir. Yes. I want to welcome you to Rebel Radio. Now,
thank you very much.
Yes. Just tell our listeners, sir, what were the findings of that report, because as I said in my opening remark, the motorcyclists, they continue to head the list of victims on our road. And it is over 100 already. So could you just enlighten our listeners on what were your findings, sir?
Okay, I'm just going to take a few seconds to just describe how it was done before I go into the findings, so that we have an appreciation of the significance of the findings. So over a 2-year period, the orthopedic department at the St. Anne's Bay Hospital, we had come together and we had put together a questionnaire which formed the basis of our data collection. And so we had collected various aspects of information from the patients who had suffered a motorcycle crash. We collected their age, their gender, occupation, whether they smoke or drank, whether they drank within 3 hours of the crash, information on the motorcycle, so how large was the bike licensed and insured, what was the mechanism of injury in terms of speeding, overtaking, road conditions, and so on. Which day the crash occurred? So was it a weekday, a weekend, or a holiday period? And we looked at whether they were formally trained or not. We then went into the details of the injuries that were suffered, so soft tissue injuries and broken bones, and the regions of the bodies that were injured. So that was the data that was collected.
Right.
In terms of the findings now, there were 155 persons that were seen at the St. Anne's Bay Hospital in that 2-year period for a motorcycle crash. 153 of them were males, and the 2 females were both passengers.
Yes.
In terms of the alcohol consumption within 3 hours of the crash, it was 37%. And when we looked at where in the area got injured, so just a quick definition, the lower limb is from the hip to the toe, the upper limb is from the shoulder to the fingers.
Yes.
So lower limb injuries were at 55%, upper limb was at 35%, head injuries were at 31%, pelvis and spine 5% each. And the reason why it doesn't add up to 100% is because we are documenting the fact that one person would have more than one injury.
Okay.
Of the 31% that suffered a head injury, only 10% were wearing a helmet. Oh. And only 29% of the riders were wearing a helmet. When we looked at the reason for not wearing a helmet, 53% of them, it was because they were riding for a short distance.
Yes.
None of the patients wore protective gear outside of a helmet. And in terms of the motorcycles, 75% of them were 150 cc's or less, so that's a small motorcycle. And so the majority of the riders were non-recreational riders who were riding either out of necessity in terms of the affordability of the motorcycle, or it was part of their job.
Yes.
The average salary was $30,000 a week, and the average purchase price of the motorcycle was $120,000. So very affordable and very available.
Yes.
You were 4 times more likely to crash on a weekend as opposed to you are 4 more times likely to crash on a holiday as opposed to a weekend.
Yes.
And more likely to crash on a weekend as opposed to a weekday. And we attributed that to alcohol consumption. I had mentioned earlier that 37% had consumed alcohol within 3 hours of the crash. And of those, 84% of them required admission to hospital.
Whoa.
And so when we looked at the predictors of what determined whether you needed hospitalization, alcohol consumption was at the top of the list, followed by the number of body parts that were injured. So the more body parts that were injured, the more likely you were to need hospitalization. The commonest areas that required need for surgery were the leg, the thigh, and the ankle. And so one of the major findings, therefore, is that you need to wear lower limb protective gear in addition to helmets as well.
Yes.
In terms of helmet compliance, the persons in their 20s who made up 47% of the population in the study had an 81% helmet non-compliance rate. And these, of course, are the people who are typically going to be young. They have no illnesses. They're young and fit. So only 3 of the 155 had some form of medical illness. Everybody else was just young and fit. And these are the people who are leading their households, often are leaders at the workplace, leaders in their community. And so when they are out of commission for months, it's impacting families, workplaces, communities, etc.
Yes, sir.
In terms of the cost to the hospitals, we've had situations where persons are coming in with badly smashed up, and they then have to be done as an emergency within 24 hours because of the severity of the wounds and the injuries that they have. Some of these persons need up to 4 operations and more just to get back to some semblance of normality. So the first operation would be that you have to wash out the cut. The second operation, you wash it out again because it was that severely contaminated during the first procedure, whether it be oil, grass, dirt, etc. The third operation might be to fix the bones, and then the fourth operation might need some form of plastic surgery because of the degree of skin loss.
Wow.
So we've had situations in terms of the shorts and slippers attire where people are losing their toes, parts of their foot. They can't be saved because of just the severity of the injuries. So I've said a lot. I want to highlight some of the things that I've said in terms of take-home messages, right?
Yes, sir.
So 1, helmet wearing and not and no longer wearing the shorts and slippers attire.
Yes.
So the body needs to be properly covered.
Yes.
And you wear a helmet all the time. So even if you're going just up the road, you still put on that helmet. Just like if you're in a car, you still put on your seatbelt because it only takes 1 second to have either fatal injury or an injury that just totally takes you out for several months out of commission. Right? So that is the attire. Secondly, don't drink and ride because the data is showing that you're more likely to need surgery and to need admission to hospital when you do so. The next take-home message is that we need public educational messages targeted at the persons in their 20s as well as the teenagers and 30s because those are the age groups that are most commonly dying on the road in terms of our national data, but these are also the most commonly likely affected age groups in terms of getting an injury in the first place, and they were also leading the way in terms of needing surgery.
Yes, sir.
So our public educational messages need to use language and messaging geared towards that age group because you know that we're in a TikTok era now, an era where people are thinking differently, and we can't just have the generic don't drink and drive and wear a helmet all the time. It seems less. We have to be more targeted in our approach and the messages. We need to really work on what appeals to them. So I'm a member of the National Helmet Coalition Committee, and that's one of the things that we are working on.
Yes.
Getting more targeted messages across to these individuals. So in other words, is it that the loved one can get through to them more likely? Is it that you have to tell them that you need to get home safe because if you get mashed up, then somebody is going to take away your girl?
Yes.
Is it that kind of thing that you have to tell them? So we have to have a targeted approach. Now, in terms of enforcement, before I get to enforcement, I forgot I neglected to mention to you, which you've heard me say once, out of the 155 patients that were in the study, only 3 were formally trained, and none of the 3 was a typical Jamaican citizen. So from a practical point of view, then, we can just simply say that none of the riders were formally trained. At a governmental level, we need to have more accessibility for riders to be formally trained because formal training is the way to go, not only to improve your skill level, but to change your mindset and improve the culture in terms of an acceptance for need for wearing protective gear as well as responsible riding.
And I can well imagine that the high level of untrained riders would reflect in the area of insurance coverage and license too.
Right, and only 25% of our riders had a license and insurance.
Okay, there we go.
And of those, 67% of them wore a helmet.
Yes.
So, apologies, not 67, but 57.
Yes.
But even though 57 is not ideal, it's still way better than the 29%. So, therefore, the people who are taking risks are uniformly taking risks. No helmet, no license, no insurance.
Yes.
Right? Last but not least, now, that I want to mention is that enforcement, I really am advocating for electronic enforcement to really change the form of policing in terms of we are relying mainly on static policing, and we know that our law enforcers have challenges in terms of when they simply ride past the stops. They are not allowed to really chase them down, and it's not really safe for them to step out in the road and attempt to stop them as well.
Yes.
Because you have had situations where the police officers have been either injured or killed in trying to carry out their duties.
Yes.
So I really believe that we need a situation where we have electronic enforcement to really act as a proper deterrent. Now, what do we have already in the country? We have Jamaica Eye cameras. National Works Agency has cameras set up throughout the corporate area. And you have a crash map that details the various hotspots from Mona Geoinformatics,
yes,
which is online. So if we can get a situation, therefore, where we can have a group of persons monitoring the cameras, and you can use a crash map to determine, one, where to place more cameras, two, where to deploy more police officers. If we get a coordinated approach, I'm sure that we'll have a more highly effective deterrent system.
Right. I can well understand that. And you mentioned that most of these accidents occurred on holidays.
Yes.
Right. So that is an indication, as you say, that these are when the riders are frolicking, when they attend parties, dances, places of entertainment, and
right.
That is where they are likely to consume alcohol.
Correct, and therefore the importance of the breathalyzer testing as well is something that I ought to mention as well in this discussion.
Yes, and this is where they're right. Now, it's a very important study here, Doc, and we are going to do our best here to get this message across, because last year, motorcyclists headed the list of victims. And this year, they are repeating that.
Yes.
And as you pointed out, the victims are mostly the young people, right?
Yes.
They are leaders in their workplaces, at home, in their communities.
Yes.
And if we are losing them at that rate, then it must have an impact on our way of life in Jamaica.
Yes.
Yeah. So it is something that is important, and we want the riders to be more responsible, because we should, the riders and drivers should not be relying on police to protect, to be enforcing the law against them, because it is their life. They must take the first step to say, I am protecting my life, so I am driving carefully, I'm riding carefully. Right? I am not protecting anybody else's life. But you see, the recklessness, is something that we have to, I am wondering, I heard the news where two motorcycles crash. And in my head, I am saying, how two motorcycles must crash. I mean,
and it's not uncommon. That's the thing about it.
Yes,
it's not uncommon. I see that on the wards fairly commonly, and it's and the answer is that both of them are overtaking at the same time and using the unbroken white line as a lane.
Yes. So how can you do that? That is dangerous riding. And as I said, we want the message and the road safety unit and all the other agencies have to get together and work out some messaging, because we have to get these young people to understand that they must protect their lives. Too many casualties on our roads, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. And
I believe that the breathalyzer testing, well, I think we ought to go beyond alcohol as well. To ACP Mackenzie has issued similar sentiments in various settings.
Yes.
Where we need to test for marijuana and other drugs.
Yes.
Because when we think about it, motorcyclists lead the way, but in that 2-year study, only one of the motorcyclists actually died.
Mm-hmm.
So where are they dying then? A lot of them must be dying at the scene.
Yes.
And so I believe that we need to be testing our dead persons as well to find out if there's any cause and effect in terms of alcohol, marijuana, etc.
Yes.
Because there is data out there to suggest that over a third of them have some form of substance on board that has caused their untimely death.
Yes, sir.
So I really would love for the testing to be extended both to the living and the dead.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, as we are going to invite you back, Doc, because we have to talk some more about this. You have to. I am going to rely on you to help me here to just message my viewers and listeners. And at the same time, there's another report here that I think that we need to talk about. And this has to do with surgical interventions, hospitalization and surgical. Yes. We want to talk about that sometime down the road. But for the upcoming season, we want our listeners and viewers, and we want them to understand that next week is Christmas, and we would like to see no more accidents for the rest of the year. And this can happen. This is a possibility. It's not something that you can say, boy, it can't happen. Because if we obey the rules of the road, if we drive slower and just use our senses, just be more conscious, we can have an accident-free holiday. This is something that we can achieve.
And be more patient.
Yes, of course. Yes. Yes. So I want to thank you very much this afternoon, Doc. And as I said, I am going to call on you again for us to talk about this, what is happening, because we have to do whatever we can to help and spare lives on our road. So thank you very much, sir.
Well, before you go, I'd like to thank you also, too, because you have heard Dr. Lucian Jones say that the National Road Safety Council has received no funding in terms of advertising and getting public educational messages out there. And research data has shown that you need at least 1 year of sustained messaging. So programs like yours is a great benefit, especially in the circumstance where the coordinating body is not getting the funding.
Yes, sir.
To put the message out there. So thank you too.
Okay. Thank you. That was Sergeant Kerry Fletcher. Yes. And you heard him telling us about the situation with that study. about the motorcyclist, and you heard the results. Now, these results are frightening. And we can see, based on the results, we can see why there are so many accidents among motorcyclists. We can see, right? They are not, most of them are untrained, not wearing helmets. They are not wearing slippers and shorts, so their feet not protected, and therefore it is a cause for concern, and we must do whatever we can to ensure that lives are spared. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right now. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Heart here.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are in the Yuletide season. Okay, and we are talking to parish councillors now to find out how they are coping with the demands in their divisions. And we have with us today, we have Councillor Ian Miles from the Little London Division in Westmoreland, Councillor Carleen Benjamin, I think he's from the Palmer's Cross Division in Clarendon. Good afternoon, lady and gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you, sir, and your listeners. How are you doing?
Well, I am supposed to be okay. Yes.
Good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Yes, yes. Let us, ladies before gentlemen, so let us start off with Councillor Benjamin. Councillor Benjamin, tell us what is happening in your division and how you are coping.
Well, good afternoon to you and thanks for having me and to all your listeners. Well, a lot of things are happening in the Farmers Cross Division. As you know, we're in this season and persons are looking forward to some work. It is not going to be enough for everybody based on the funding that we receive. As you might be aware that parish councillors do not receive a whole heap of money like some persons would have had it. And so, but with the little that we have, we're trying our best to make it work.
Yes, yes. No, so in Palmer's Cross, I know Palmer's Cross out in Clarendon. What is the condition of the roads? You don't have you don't have a lot of bad roads.
Oh, Jesus. The roads are in a deplorable condition, and since the rainfall, they have deteriorated. And you know that the parish council have a whole lot of roads.
Yes.
And I say 90%, if not 90% of them are in a bad state.
Wow. And therefore you for this Christmas are you in a position to fix any of those roads in your division?
No, I'm not in a position to fix any for the Christmas. Only to do some shingle patching to make it a little bit more passable for vehicular traffic. But for resurfacing and all of that, no, I won't be able to do that for the season. But hopefully in the new year, there's a road that I started in Sandy Bay, that's the Green Park Road. Because if you understand how the funds are allocated at the municipal corporation, our roads are very tall, and then when I became councillor in 2016, the first road that I did was Breeze Mill in Boys Content. And so when the allocation was made at that time, it was 2.5, that's $2,500,000. And I was so happy. So when the officer spoke and he asked me and I recommended the road, when the road was done, I was like, it's just that. And he said, it's 300 meters. And that was Chippers. I said, oh my God. And I mean, a road that is almost 4 miles long.
Yes.
And for you to do 300 meters, you can understand. It's less than a drop in the bucket.
Wow.
And then again, I did another road in Freetown, that's River Lane. I was to ask after just to save up 2 allocations. Because the basic school is on that road. So I had intended not to put the chip and spray because the chip and spray don't last long. And 300 meters of road with chip and spray without any drainage, you know it's not going to last a long time. And so I decided that road, I recommended that road be what we call asphalted. Now, I thought $5 million could have asphalted from top to bottom and put in the drain.
Yes.
It put in the drain, but it did not reach to the other end of the road.
Okay.
You understand me? So, 3/4 of that road is done. another quarter of Breeze Mill Road, thanks to former MP Roger Spencer, current member of Parliament, Colonel Charles Jr., would have assisted to take the Breeze Mill Road a little further. And in Palmer's Cross proper now, so I try to do at least a piece because I can't do an entire road. So I try to touch a piece of a road in every community. I still don't reach some yet, but I've done one in Freetown, I've done in Sandy Bay, the Green Park, 2 sections, Rosal, and the Rosal one looked like it never done because it's the chip and spray. And over time with the trafficking and the rain and all of that, it's now in a state that it needs to be repaired.
Oh my.
And in Palmer's Cross, I did Hamilton Drive, where Webb Lane was assisted through MP Roger Spencer at the time. And I did Kennedy Lane, and I did to do Kennedy Lane in 2 batches. So I did the first entrance. That's when you come off of Mac Corner. That's first entrance. And then I take it on the back road from that road that you Palmer's Cross Road. It's called Roswell Road. Some people call it Top Cross, and some people say Back Road. But the current name is Roswell Road. So that road takes you from Palmer into Roswell.
Right.
So I took the other section of Kennedy Lane from that entrance. So you must understand what is happening now. So the 2 ends is done and the middle is left.
Oh, yes. Well, let us see how that is.
And with the state of the middle and how it is set and all of that, it is going to take a lot more money to do that.
Yeah. Let us hear how Councillor Miles is managing. How are Councillor Miles? What is happening in your division over in Westmoreland there?
Hey, how you doing?
Yes.
I listen to my colleague.
Yes.
She's doing a lot of work, I must say. Down here, we are doing a lot of road patching, mainly through the Member of Parliament. So the roads are getting a bit of rehabilitation. Outside of that, the regular Christmas program in terms of beautification and upkeep is high on the horizon now. You would have known that in recent times we've had a major flooding.
Yes, sir.
Here, so residents would have been assisted getting their land back on track. So that's been a busy month for us here in engaging and just working closely in getting our citizens back on their feet. This is the time of year when Little London is extremely busy and buzzing with excitement. We commenced with the tree lighting ceremony on this Friday. As usual, we employ the services of a guest artist. And, we light up the place. And when I say light it, I mean really light up the place. It's a great vibe, artists, music, kids street, where all the kids will come out from 5 in the afternoon and be treated courtesy of their councillor. And then we'll move straight into that. We have the Grand Market, which is a major thing here in Little London as well. It's a preferred spot, believe it or not. Not even the town centre has the kind of excitement that we have here in Little London. We have that on the 24th. And so, this is what we do at this time of the year.
Yes.
Ensuring that everybody is involved in whatever way, shape, or form we can get them involved in. So we're at a good place. I want to say thanks to the government of Jamaica. Well, as far as the Spark program is concerned, we have some roads that is slated to kick off in short orders. In my division alone, we have 4 roads that will be reinstated. And across the constituency, there are numerous others. So that in itself is a welcoming news, coupled with the fact that the emergency announcement of funding recently will also be looking on fixing a major thoroughfare within the constituency. So that's good news for the users of these road networks. Everybody is complaining. The entire road network has been deteriorated because of the incessant rainfall we have had over this year. I've never seen so much rainfall in 1 year, based on where my members did. So we are at a better place with the anticipation of.
Yes.
For now, we are much better than a lot of other places that I've been to, a lot of other constituencies and divisions that I've been to in recent times. We are not as bad.
Right. Yeah. What about water supply in your division?
That in itself is a perennial problem. We are affixed to the Bulstrode water plant.
Yes.
A plant that is outdated. It's antiquated. It's something that I have made numerous representation. Before I even entered politics, and that is a long time now, I would have been making representation because what has happened, we have had a massive expansion of the construction industry here. Numerous houses and schemes would have been built, and previously, before that, they couldn't manage the 1,200 residents that would have been aligned to it. Now would have gone past that to maybe move from 1,200 to now we're looking at almost 20,000. So yeah, we are in a state of bother. That puts pressure on the pumping system, and it's frequently down, coupled with the fact that the way it's designed, this old design, once it rains, the water gets murky, and the filtering systems being so small cannot filter it, so they have to turn it off. So out of the year, would have had water maybe for 2 months consistently over the entire year. So it's a challenge. But I'm happy again that a mega announcement was made, $2 billion by the government, and work would have been started to network these systems, starting from Marsabray to the Great River, back to Lagwood network, Bulstrode and Rowan River. So once you do that, if one of the pumping station is down, then the others, water will be flowing through the others. And that is the kind of direction, the first world thought process. That's something that I've been covering for a long time. And to see it now coming to fruition, it's tremendous. And I have to make commendation. But in the meantime, we continue to suffer. We have water now, but it's not everybody. So if you live closer to the pump, you will have water on a more consistent basis. But the further you live in the division, then the more the problems. So we have to do what we have to do to truck water to these residents. Even today, I had to send water in the Camp Savannah and the revival areas. These persons, they're not affixed to any pump. They don't have the portable water, so I have to be constantly filling these reservoirs to ensure that they have water.
Yeah.
It's an ongoing process. Depending on who is leading, probably find it as more daunting or tedious. But for me, it's my sheer passion of just helping and representing people and seeing people's lives improve. That's what I do. So I don't find it as a bother. I really and truly relish the opportunity to serve and put service above self.
Yes. I want to ask both of you a question, and this is it. Do you think that in other words, the resources that are available to councillors, do you think an effort should be made to address that in order to make more resources available to councillors in order for them to address the demands in their constituents?
Well, if I can go first, even that I have a meeting to rush back into. I would agree with you on that. And it's a long-standing discussion that we, would have had. It's something that all councils, as a matter of fact, any council you ask, they will tell you that what we receive on a monthly basis, which is not consistent depending on the municipality. Every municipality does things differently. It's different taxation within the parishes, and so the PRF is calculated differently. So everybody gets different amount. It's not a set amount per month. But whatever it is that you get, wherever you are, it's still not adequate. The councils are the face of the parties. They are the ones who are the first responders. They are out there on a day-to-day basis interfacing with people. And so the demand for councillors most times is greater than that of the Member of Parliament.
Yes.
When you take my division, for example, everybody in the division calls me. They call me. They don't call the MP. They call me.
Yes.
So no matter the challenge a man has, whether a child is sick, whether school fees, whether it is that they are hungry, it doesn't matter the challenge. Whether it is infrastructure, it doesn't matter what it is. A man gets locked up, it doesn't matter. They are calling the councillor for assistance. An accident, animal loss through theft or otherwise, it's a councillor who they call. And so the resources that we get, it's specifically aligned to particular, especially infrastructure, roads, maintenance, bushing and drainage. Yeah, it doesn't give you the leverage of operating outside of that. So yes, it's grossly inadequate, and it's a discussion that has to be initiated and continue to press to ensure that the council at least gets more resources so that they can do more, seeming that their job is so important as the first responders.
Yes. Councillor Benjamin?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I would add to say yes, it is.
Yes.
And I spoke earlier on as you asked about the division and what is happening, and I gave you a synopsis of the road network within the Farmers Cross division.
Yes.
It relates to, because we are not working alone, you know. Councillors not work by themselves and MPs, so we work together. So as it relates to the main road that would have fall under the Member of Parliament, from Freetown to Farmers Cross is being addressed. So as we speak, the Shuttle Road is being dealt with. And in Sandy Bay, the Roswell Road is now being dealt with. And these are under the MP's program.
Right.
No, had it not been for that, then it would have been much a worse Christmas for. But the Member of Parliament, along with myself, together, we're making it as best as we can for the people of the division of Farmers Cross. Yes, the allocation that we receive, and as my fellow colleagues spoke a while ago, every municipality is different. Some municipality have less. Clarendon has 22 councillors, and so you would have understand that with the allocation it would have been less than some other places.
Yes.
Okay? But together we are working to make sure that the residents and the people that we serve can really have a happy season. And I do not celebrate Christmas. They celebrate it, and they are looking forward to this time of the year, and we're making sure that they do get what they deserve.
Yes, that's
the council for the Farmers Cross division. Yes. They know my heart and my soul is in representing them. I do so proudly. I love them, and they are a very good set of people. They are patient and they are tolerant. And I just tell them, hold on a little longer, man. It is going to get better.
Yes. That's very good of you. Very good of you. They had a social problem affecting Jamaica right now. I hope, but I know that is not the case. I'm talking about the crime problem, which is affecting the entire country. And there are no safe place in Jamaica right now. It is affecting rural, urban, everybody. How is it in Little London, Councillor Miles?
It's not as bad as anywhere else. As a matter of fact, if you ask me, Little London is one of the better places.
Yes.
The policing division is different from the parochial division, as in the electoral division. And so the policing division would have encompassed Sheffield division as well.
Yes.
And parts of Grange Hill. But notwithstanding, even with that shift in the boundaries, we are still not back in terms of the crimes and violence here. Crime is down in the parish.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes you speak about crime being down and the percentage by 22%. Persons might say, but that's still too much. But that's if you put the numbers to it, that's lives being saved, you know, in respect to what would have been lost at the corresponding period the year before. So for me, what I do as a leader here is really and truly utilize a lot of social activities to engender that kind of camaraderie, that spirit of belonging, that spirit of togetherness, of living neighborly. I do a lot of that in Little London. And so that is why we have had the emanation of Little London Day. You don't find that happening in much places, but, you know, I create a day to just highlight and expose Little London as a developing and space and let people buy into it and feel, you know, take ownership of it.
Yes.
So that's what we do. It's developing the better citizenry and communities through social activities, and these social activities is giving back to them as well, because they are the ones who come and take advantage of the sales.
Yes.
You know, it's just creating wealth generating, and at the same time, expecting that they can understand, and they have been. They are very, very good citizens in Little London. I must commend them for that. I don't have much problem. There's hardly anyone who I can speak to, irrespective of what they think they can do.
Yes.
Yeah, man. People respect me and love me, and it's mutually. So I want to commend them. And in this spirit of Christmas, I did something on my social media page just last weekend, where I'm encouraging all citizens across the island, more so in my division, to use this Yuletide season to give a little to those who don't have. It doesn't matter what little you have.
Yes.
Use the spirit. Let's invite and rekindle the spirit of Christmas in sharing and giving and putting smiles on people's faces. And I am leading the charge as a leader in ensuring that every children in Little London will be smiling come Friday.
Yes.
You know, there are the initiatives which will include adults as well, but that is kept under the wraps right now. So for this Christmas, wherever you are listening to this station, I want to wish for all of you a safe, a very peaceful, a heart-rending. Go and celebrate, man, and have fun. Don't go out there and be on the negative side and, you know, be seekers of vengeance and crime and violence. That's not what Christmas is about. It's an expression of love, giving, and togetherness. And that's what I am inviting. And this is what I inculcate in my people here in Little London. And we have seen a great effect. I can tell you, none of the events that we have had over the years, not even a bottle has been broken. None of the events. And for that, I am grateful. And I want to commend the residents and ask them to continue on that vein, because the better you behave, and the more responsive I will be as a leader to the call.
Councillor Benjamin, your final words?
Okay.
Yes, your final words?
I just want to say to the residents of the Palmer's Cross Division, and not only Palmer's Cross Division, the entire constituency of Southeastern Clarendon, to have a happy holidays, to stay safe, and even though I don't celebrate this time, I make sure that those who celebrate, so I've contributed to all the trees at the Green Park Saturday night, and I will be in Freetown on the 19th, and in Rastacon on the 20th, and at the Sandy Bay Citizens Association on the 26th. So I want to make sure that all of them enjoy this season, and we share not only this time around, and do something that the Palmer's Cross Division has developed. We care And the churches and the school and all of us come together to make sure, yes, crime sometimes it fluctuates, and it is not a lack of intervention. There are a lot of interventions from the different agencies that have been done in the Palmas Crossing region, and most recently the Member of Parliament would have had a wonderful social fair and all of these things. And sometimes the devil just come in, and we're just praying that this rest of the year we'll find all of us living happily, loving each other, cheering for each other. And at the end of this year and in 2025, God's will, we can say certainly it was good that we have been through 2024.
I want to thank both of you this evening for your time and, to tell us what is happening. So thank you very much, Councillor Ian Miles. Thank you very much, Councillor Caroline Benjamin. And from Rebel Radio, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
Thank you on behalf of the Palmas Crossing region.
Okay, all right.
Shalom.
Yes, that is, we are talking to parish councillors there. Let us go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live this.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready. Yes. With new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes. Porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right now. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Art here.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
It's a message, Lord. I've got to say to Joe, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things, just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy. But when the money ran out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime. So you had to go out to stay hand and feed with swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things have gone. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you roam. For there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. Though I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. When the son had chose to take that journey home, he didn't know his father would have compassion on his soul. He hugged and kissed his son so cold, and dressed him in fancy clothes. He put ring on his fingers and shoes on his feet to stroll. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise this old sinful world. Only a comfort I can't afford. Striving alone to face temptation so. Where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to send me in the head. Where would I go back to my Lord? Life here is grand with friends I love so deep. Comfort I get from God's own words. Yet when I face the chilling hand of death, where would I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to guide me till the head. Where do I go but to my Lord? So, where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the end. Where do I go but to my Lord? Tell me where do I go? Seeking a refuge for my soul. Needed a friend to guide me in the head. Where do I go but to my Lord? Where do I go? Oh, where do I go? Refuge for my soul. Needing a friend to save me in the head. Where do I go back to my Lord? 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 I know where, nowhere, no, but to my Lord. Where do I go but to my Lord? Father God, well, Lord, your love has made me strong, and for that, I'm all yours. Well, yeah, Lord of mercy, oh God, I'll never find the words, the Lord, to tell you how I feel, dear God.
Mere words could not explain. Yeah, gracious Lord, you held my life within your hand, created everything I had, taught me how to live again. Only you care when I needed a friend, making my promise. Oh, this song is for you, filled with gratitude and love. Oh Lord, I thank you. You make me feel brand new. For blessing me, I adore you. Almighty God, I love you. I sing this song for you. Father God, I adore you. Yeah. My Lord, whenever I was insecure, you built me up and made me sure. You gave my sense of pride back to me. Only you care when I needed a friend, making my promise. Oh, this song is for you, filled with gratitude and love. I thank you. You make me feel brand new. For blessing me, I adore you. Almighty God, I love you. I sing this song for you. You make me feel brand new. For blessing me, I love you. Yeah, I really love you. I sing this song for you. Oh yeah. Oh Lord my God, when I'm in awesome wonder, consider all thy works thy hand doth make. I see the stars, I hear the mighty thunder, thy power throughout the universe displayed. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. When through the woods, the forest glades I wander, and hear the birds sing sweetly in the trees. When I look down from lofty mountain grandeur, and hear the brook and feel the gentle breeze, then sings my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sing my soul, my Savior God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. When I think of God, His Son not sparing, sent Him to die, I scared can take it in. Then on the cross, my burden gladly bearing, He bled and died to take my sins away. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to Thee. How great Lord, how great Lord. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to Thee. How great Lord, how great Lord. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to Thee. How great Lord, how great Lord. Then sings my soul, my Savior God to Thee. How great Lord, Almighty God, how great Lord. Hold on, yeah. When you have heartaches, don't cry. Oh no, just remember that God is standing by. Sometime when your burden is down, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. Oh, God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So don't you worry and don't cry. No. When you have troubles, don't cry. Oh no. Just remember that God is standing by. When you cup running over, just remember God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So don't you worry and don't cry. Oh Lord, yeah. Forget about your troubles. Forget about your pain. Put your trust in the Father. Oh Lord. God is standing by. Thank you, Lord. So there is no need to cry. No need to cry. Oh, God is standing may be down and feel like God are somehow forgotten. Yeah, that you are faced with circumstances so hard to get through. Right now it seems there's no way out, and you're going under. Yeah, God's proven time and time again, He'll take care of you, and He'll do it again. He'll do it again. Just take a look where you are now and where you have been. He always come through for you. He's the same now as then. So you may not know how, may not know when, but He'll do it again. God knows the things you're going through. He knows that you're hurting. He sees and knows just how your heart has been broken into. But He is God, God of the stars, the sand and the seas. He is the one.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Ooh, look where me live this.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you, no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right now. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Yes, it's time. Welcome back. It's time for Workers' Time. You know, this is where we spend our time looking at what is happening at the workplace. And we have with us this evening the president of JALGO, yes, Mrs. Celine Davis White, and the president of the Jamaica Employers Federation, Mr. Wayne Chen. Good afternoon, lady and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, Wayne.
Hi, how you doing?
Not doing badly.
Happy belated birthday and season's greetings.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mrs. White, keeping the tradition of ladies with four gentlemen, I would like you to tell my listeners and viewers, you know, how would you grade this year, 24, for trade union movement in the country?
Well, I think what we have seen in 2024 is just is building on the trend that started in the pandemic in terms of the nature of employment. And because of that, you know, the union movement has had to be grappling with these changes that arise based on what some people call future work challenges, things like automation and skills training. All of those are things that we have been grappling with. And of course, in terms of the economy as well, and Jamaica is not the only country that is so impacted in terms of what is happening economically. We see a lot of our larger economies having problems, and when that happens, we expect that we will have even greater problems. So those are some of the things that would have affected the movement in 2024, and that we have had to be sort of putting our heads together as to how we can get the best deal possible for workers in the context of what is happening globally and also regionally and nationally.
Yes. So what would you say as far as for the Jamaican worker? How would you describe the year for the Jamaican worker? Was it a year where, you know, the Jamaican worker, you know, you would say would be happy?
Well, as I just pointed out, you know, based on all of the challenges that we have had to be facing over the past year, you wouldn't say that Jamaican workers have become comfortable at all. What we have seen happening towards the latter part of the year, where we have almost an explosion of the tourism industry, where workers have just decided that they have had enough and they want more. That I think is an indication of what is actually happening to the workforce. The major problem, I think, with the tourism sector is that by and large the sector is non-unionized, and so it wasn't able to be managed in the same way that it would have been had the sector been unionized. And so, but what they are experiencing is no different to what I think workers generally have been experiencing. Again, I say because of what is happening in our economy on the backs of what's happening in economies across the world.
Yes. When, you know, as the employer, you represent the employers, what are you hearing from the employers? I mean, I'm confining my question to this year as it relates to the workers? What are some of the complaints or issues the employers are facing with the workers?
The biggest issue in front of us, but I want to get philosophical since we are at the end of the year and I'm in the esteemed company. The biggest issue for employers, frankly, is the skills shortage. The skills shortage slows down our ability to grow our businesses, to make our businesses more profitable. And by extension, it hurts the country's economic development and growth. It's not a secret that Jamaica has suffered from very low economic growth over the last 50 years. I mean, when we look at our comparators around the region, in the Latin American, Caribbean region, and the wider developing world, there is no doubt that Jamaica is lagging. 40 years ago, when I was still on campus at UWI, and I did a survey with a friend of mine. I was in that faculty, but I was all over the place. Jamaica was only behind Trinidad and Barbados at that time in terms of GDP per capita and so on. Now Jamaica is scraping up the bottom. Ghana has found oil, Suriname has found oil. It's only Haiti that is below us now in the league table among the CARICOM countries.
Wow.
So there's no doubt that we are falling behind. So the thing that we have not been able to do, we have had all sorts of issues in Jamaica. We have built some good institutions. We have become first in the world in our class in terms of a return to fiscal responsibility and prudence. But we have not unlocked the secret or the mystery of rapid economic growth. When I look at the Dominican Republic, one of our close neighbors, they were behind us 40 years ago and they are way ahead of us now. Panama was behind us 40 years ago and they are way ahead of us now. Mm-hmm. So we're not only looking at the small countries in the Eastern Caribbean, we're looking at countries of similar size to us. No, it's not a secret that Jamaica has relatively low wages, so the ability to slow down the brain drain, which is one of the contributors to low economic growth, is very limited in Jamaica. But then when you look at the low productivity growth over the long period, it's not any surprise that if you don't have high productivity, you're not going to have relatively high wages.
Yes.
Helene touched a while ago, and I touched on it, on the skills shortage. Only 40% of our workforce have certified skills, which is not to say only 40% of the workforce is skilled, but it's an index that we have a relatively low skilled workforce.
Yes.
And one of the secrets to unlocking growth in the economy is skilling and upskilling the economy, the workforce, and managers included. I'm not taking the employers out of it.
Yes.
Because we live in a competitive world.
Yeah.
We live in a world where if we're going to build a manufacturing base, we are going to compete against other countries.
I want you to hold it. I want you to hold it there for me. Hold it, please. Hold it there for me, please. Just both of you. I'm trying to get Vincent Morrison. That's how I'm calling. Just hold on for me. Hold it there for me. We are on workers' time, and we are talking to the trade unions and the employers federation to get a view of what is happening at the workplace. Yes. Mr. Morrison? Hello, Mr. Morrison. You are there?
Yeah, man, I'm here. I'm here.
All right, hold it there for me, please. Okay. Yes, we are back. We have been joined by Mr. Vincent Morrison, President of UCASE. Before you came in, Mr. Morrison, we were looking at the state of the state of the workers in Jamaica this year. How would you rate how the workers were treated this year? And we had responses from both Mrs. White and President of the Jamaica Employers Federation, Mr. Wayne Chen. Now, Mr. Chen pointed about the fact that the unskilled labor is one of the issues facing us at the workplace. It is affecting productivity, it is affecting growth. What is how would you rate this year for the workers, Mr. Morrison?
I think you'd have to do a separation. The public sector worker, I believe, fared out much better than any other group. Although there are areas of improvement for the public sector workers. And I would want to look on the ancillary workers in the schools. Those workers at the bottom of the scale. I believe the 20%, the 10% in the first year, 5 in the second and 5 in the third in terms of a livable wage was very, very far off of being a livable wage. So I would believe that the workers at the bottom in the public sector need to be looked on. And I'm hoping that perhaps when the next round of negotiation starts for 25 and beyond, that those groups, have to be given special attention. The workers in the middle and those up at the top, the directors, senior directors, permanent secretaries, I don't think they have a complaint.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look on the security guard, when you look on the hotel workers who have to take the street, when you look on workers in the agricultural sector, what I can tell you is that it has been a tough year. And the toughness is not a situation that didn't have employment, but the cost of living kept running away from them. Their wages just cannot and will not match the cost of living. I mean, the Bank of Jamaica is talking about 4 to 6%. That is a joke when you go to the supermarket, when you go to the pharmacies. Even when you're buying a cake and coconut on the street, the price is almost double. So I would say overall, the Jamaican workers in 2024 had a tough time.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I think they have a tough time. And I would say that one of the main reasons has been the issue of inflation. But I can't speak without touching on the point of treatment. Because, I tell you what, it's not only the wages, the money part, that is important to the worker. It's how you treat them. And if you listen to what has been coming out of the hotel, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, how can a hotel, workers in a hotel, been complaining about food? How can the issue of consultation, communication be a problem in a hotel? These are things, the hotel industry is not old. It is not established that these issues should never arise. But there's other problems, for example, housing. It's not the easiest thing, for you to leave from Westmoreland to Travel to go to Montego Bay to catch a 6 o'clock shift. You have to be there by the latest 5:36 because you have to make breakfast and you have to serve breakfast. Not the easiest thing. The transportation. Transportation has been a terrible part of the concern of the workers. Leaving from Spanish Town to Ochoa, I don't want to talk about the road. It's very, very difficult. So what has to be done going forward is that you have to identify the big issues for tourism workers. Hotel, home, housing, transportation, a livable wage, and of course, the gratuity. The employers are not paying the hotel workers the gratuity. Mm-hmm. The gratuity belongs to them. And I know for a fact that the workers are not getting, in some hotels, not even getting 50% of the gratuity. And that could be one of the big problems why the workers have to take the street. The security guard workers, that contract that they were given to sign, to see all their past service. I know security guards who have worked for 40 odd years. And that worker was given a contract to sign to say your past services have been extinguished when you sign it. I know workers who were got shot, and have cases in court. I know workers whose NIS and housing trust wasn't paid over. But yet, those workers who refused to sign up to this point since last year and now have not been allowed to work. And I think that is unfair. That matter is in the court, and we are hoping to have that tackled within the first half of next year. Overall, we have some work to do.
Yeah. Wayne, would you say in Jamaica that the employer in Jamaica, the employer class in Jamaica, would be a conscious of trade unions, and would be there where we are now? There should be no unwillingness from employers to accept that trade unions are a part of the workforce in Jamaica. Would you say that?
One of the things that we have not been good at, I'll be blunt. Let me put some context. First, the vast majority of Jamaican employers are in the SME sector. Yes. If you were to aggregate all the big businesses in Jamaica, the big hotels and so, I don't think it's reached 20% of the workforce, the employed workforce.
Yes.
I also want to express a concern when I talk about the skills gap. I should have also mentioned the record low unemployment rate. We have 3.6%. The lowest rate certainly since independence, and the lowest rate since we have started keeping records.
Yes.
Certainly the lowest rate since emancipation. But it hides something that we don't want to think about, which is when they did the survey, there were over 200,000 Jamaicans. And we're not talking about those who may be home caring for children or parents. Over 200,000 Jamaicans say they have no interest at all in work, which is deeply concerning.
Yes.
You also have, because of the relatively low skills, a lot of people who are earning very small wages or living off or being subsidized by remittances, which contribute about 17%, 18% to our economy. I say all this to say, in this collective company, that there are some things that have worked well for Jamaica. Tripartism has worked very well for us. Social dialogue has worked very well for us, even if we don't talk enough about it. And I say this to lead into your question. How do Jamaicans feel? Jamaican employers generally feel about unions. And the fact is, most Jamaican employers are fearful of unions because many managers, many supervisors are still in the control mode. And it's a matter of surrendering control to somebody else who hasn't invested in their business or wasn't there when they were in the struggle moving up the ranks of the corporate ladder. Whatever it is, there are many, many attitudes that are still negative towards unions. I have to be frank. In fact, in recent times, when we, in a different sit-down, I don't think Brother Vincent was there, we sat together with some heads of the unions, business and so, to say, let us look at the hotel sector and see how we can have a dialogue around getting some minimum agreements around standards, best practices, and so on, to avoid any disruption, because any disruption in tourism actually hurts everybody.
Yes.
And difficult to recover from. But one of the things that came out clearly was a fear. you get where I'm coming from, folks. And it's something that I think collectively we have to sit down and have a discussion around. What is the role of organized labor and collective bargaining in the wider context? Because, to my mind, the labor movement has been very responsible for the last at least 30 years in this country, since the introduction of the LAC in the early 1990s. And active work towards a peaceful workplace solutions. The MOU with the public sector and they record movement in public sector, real wages, wouldn't have been possible without hard work behind the scenes, including all parties.
Yes.
So we have a bit of work to do to say we don't need to live in fear. And the hand-holding is important, because we in Jamaica need to use our own experience to come up with our own solutions, because we are building institutions, I don't think anybody sitting around the table, I don't want to call out anybody at age. I don't think anybody sitting around the table is under the age of 60. Mm-hmm. So all of us were alive when there was independence, but we won't be around forever.
No.
So the institutions we build now, Desmond, Helene, Brother Bill, are important. One of the institutions has to be institutionalized as we have done it, social dialogue. Now, to be frank, the social partnership that we fought hard to get back in 2012 is kind of withering over there in a side.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that social dialogue doesn't take place. I don't think a month goes by without Brother Vincent and I having a talk. I can't say that too loudly, too publicly. You understand me?
You have my permission. You have my permission.
You understand me? We work hard on solutions in many places.
and this is the problem. This is the problem.
Sorry?
I heard you mention that there are some management who have fear about the union. I know
but a lot of the fear comes from the lack of knowledge,
Yes. I know some management who said to me, Mr. Morris, I can't give it, because, we just couldn't manage without you coming in and assist the process. Yeah. I remember Highway 2000, when the highway, the first record, Noel Fuller, the general manager, said, look, they could not have done the project on time within budget if it was for the leadership of the spent on themselves and that project. And I know several of the managers that said the same thing.
These are the things, But I understand, that some things we have to do quietly around the back, some things we can hold hands and talk on the front. And I also understand the risk. If I was to go, if my friends and colleagues in the labor movement was to go before the workers and say, so and so, or let's say I was looking too cold with management, the workers themselves would get very weary of the union leadership. So I know it's a very delicate.
Win. I think that is something of the past,
That is
something of the past.
Yes.
I would hope you're right, but I say this very pointedly because of a couple of recent episodes.
When Nigel was leaving the other day, he had a reception. He invited us.
Yes.
I have a story. If Helen is on the program, I don't know if she's still there. But Helen was at the reception. Huh?
Yes.
I was there. Huh? Yeah.
But you see, my good friend Nigel has come to realize, because that when he had to wear the heavy responsibility at the last lap of this race, he came to realize that you are vital partners in the race.
And that is what a lot of people in the private sector don't understand.
Some do, Some do.
The workers are vital.
But I will tell you a joke. I won't call names. But I know people I know private sector leaders who make noise in Jamaica, but when they are in other jurisdictions, them and the unions are the best of friends.
But
I bet you all the money in Port now. If the hotel industry was unionized as it was years ago, for example, when I joined the union in the late 1969, going into the 70s, almost every hotel across the country was unionized. Half Moon, Hyatt, all of them were fully unionized. Although, places like Jamaica Grand, it took us 5 years to gain representation right there. And only after Carl Restream insisted as president of the Court of Appeal that school must be held. In the Caribbean, in Antigua, in the Bahamas, Barbados.
Yes, I know. Because I know the union leaders in those countries. Yes. And that is why
I tell you,
you're correct.
Yes. It don't take that struggle
gentlemen.
to get into a place. So when the union have to struggle and fight and get inside, you know, some union officers might just react to that situation. So I'm glad that was president of the Employers Federation.
Mr. Morrison.
You are prepared to talk, so we slow and talk.
Mr. Morrison.
Always.
Mr. Morrison, Mr. Chen, Miss White. Miss White.
Yes, I'm on.
Yes, I want all three of you. Just hold it there for me. We are going to take a break. This is workers' time. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see?
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Iron Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right now. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Art here.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Okay, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are on Workers' Time, talking about what is happening at the workplace. We have President of the JEF, the Employers Federation, Mr. Wayne Chen. President of JALGO, Mrs. Eileen Davis White, and President of UCASE, Mr. Vincent Morrison. We now have the Vice President of the UAW, Mr. Clifton Grant. He has joined us. Good evening, Mr. Grant.
Good evening, Desmond, and to your members, and good afternoon, Wayne and colleagues.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Clifton.
Yeah. So, Mrs. White, you having listened to both Vincent and Wayne, what is your take?
Well, I think most of what has been said is correct. The truth of the matter is that in terms of the Jamaican worker, the trade union movement, and private sector / employers, we have come a far way, and we have so much further to go. And sometimes it seems as if when you take 10 steps forward, you probably take 20 steps backward. And I think that is the situation with the hotel industry, because much of what we are seeing now is as a result of workers not being able to organize themselves and be able to have discussions around, what are benefits and whether their wages are fair and so on. And I think it comes down to something that I think, both employers and unions need to recognize, and that is coming through the International Labour Organization and their decent work agenda. So we have persons who have come and invested in our tourism industry. And, some persons feel that, you are creating jobs, but the type of job you create is very important. If you are creating jobs that really are at the lowest level and offer no, benefits, and importantly, having that consultative approach so that workers are included in everything, then you begin to have the problems. And if we're talking about the decent work agenda, which is what I am advocating, we need to ensure that between employers, private sector, unions, and government, we commit to. What we would be looking at is a job that offers dignity for workers, where you have respect for workers' rights and human dignity generally, fairness, equitable compensation and benefits, as well as job stability and social protection, autonomy and choice in work arrangements, including the ability to become unionized as well, and empowerment, meaning workers' participation in decision making. Those are some of the key elements in the decent work agenda. And I think if we were able to organize around this, then we would be able to see better returns in the economy. And then we'll be able to recognize as well that when we are attracting in foreign investment, that we have to make sure that they understand the environment in our labor market in Jamaica, and not just understand the environment, recognize that as partners in the economy, this is something we are committed to. If we don't do that, we will always have, and not just before, some years ago, there was a similar move in the free zone, and there was this talk about unions not being allowed in the free zone. It wasn't said openly, but that was clearly what was the situation. And after a while, the workers revolted. So we have to, I think, recognize that you can't become productive and have high levels of productivity where you don't have a particular kind of environment. And with all the problems that we are having with economic growth, these are things that we have to take into account, because it can't be just about the dollars and cents. It's also about the how. And your workers are important in your ability to be able to, whatever it is that in terms of making your profits and so on, your workers are important. You need to be able to bring them into the decision making, make sure that they're equitably paid,
And then now you can start to talk about, investment also in technology, because that's one of the things that we find Jamaican businesses are behind. They don't invest enough in research and development and in training. A lot of our businesses prefer to raid the public sector rather than to invest in those areas. Those are things that I think we have to address. If we don't address them, we will always be at the bottom. And God help us if Haiti is to pass us in that race in terms of economic growth in the region.
Well, so far there are a number of issues, but I see three that both unions and employers need to address. One is that after where we are in Jamaica now, based on where we are coming from and our history, that workers in Jamaica, we must remove the thinking, remove it from the workplace that workers are afraid to join unions. We have to get rid of that. And also, from the management class, we have to get it out of their heads that, there's no need to be afraid of the union. The unions are your partners. And therefore, what must happen is that both parties must be free and able to sit down and work out what must be done at the workplace. The other thing is that something, and I think the unions must play a role here, the level of unskilled labor that we have. We will not be able to move forward with 40% of the labor force, being skilled. We can't do that. And
Helen spoke about the decent work agenda.
Yeah.
We have a labor code that speaks to the whole question of process, And you'd be surprised to know that not even that. There are some employers in Jamaica who knows about or is prepared to honor the labor code. The procedures are disregarded. It is like consultation, etc., communication, all of these are breached. And you end up at the tribunal, have a good day, but unless both sides, and I would say in this case the employer, understand their role. You can't do it without the workers. You may have all the capital in the world, right? If you don't have committed workers. And how the workers are going to be committed? So you treat them well. And as I said before, it's not only money. I've seen a number of cases. Money is very important. But you don't treat the workers as they're some commodity. And unless we understand that, we are not going to solve the problem. And yes, telling them don't hate it, we better be careful.
Well, we don't want to end up where it is, because the whole world, we don't want to have the kind of problems that it is having right now. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. But listen, the other thing that we have to start thinking about, is the role of artificial intelligence at the workplace. That is something that the unions and the employers cannot just dismiss. It is a reality that is here with us, right? What do you say about that?
AI is a genuine threat to many of the jobs that we currently have in Jamaica. But before we reach AI, Jamaica has an opportunity and a challenge around digital transformation,
Okay.
One of the keys to unlock productivity has several components. We have touched on skills or the lack thereof. And when I say skills, we mean marketable skills, skills that the market wants.
Yes.
Local and international. And it includes what they used to call soft skills, but we now call employability skills. I believe that other employers would say, if we have to pay for a security guard, given the state of public safety in the country now, we prefer a guard that is very customer friendly. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The sort of person will at the door greet you, chat to you, whatever it is, and attract customers.
Yes.
That guard we're willing to pay the premium for. We don't just want to see that look very intimidating at the gate and sometimes the man in phone and sometimes looking out. Yeah. That doesn't work. So employability skills is one of the things that we have to talk about. And this is not for the benefit of the employer, it's for everybody's benefit.
But wait, we have heart. Not collect quite a big bit of money each payday.
Yes.
Pay week, pay cycle. Why is it we having this problem with skills?
Because the heart only has a limited capacity to look into the current state of the market, look into the future of the market, and then deliver the training needed. The employers are the best people to train enough. The employers, of course, are our formal institutions, because I believe that these skills can be post-secondary.
But when you walk,
sorry, my brother. These are attitudes. Let me tell you. We have established in Jamaica that our young people, the men especially, learn better by doing. It's not everything we put on a class on a blackboard. We have phones, but we ban phones out of school. You understand what I'm saying? We teach IT, but it's a paper-based test at the end or something on a PDF.
Yeah.
We are so far behind the curve on this one. It's not funny. We have a severe shortage of maths and science teachers in our schools, but we're not addressing it. There are fundamental issues that we around this table collectively, as I said, the three partners in the tripartite setup and the social partners. We have to look at the fundamental. How do we train and re-socialize our people? How do the people currently in the workforce, the 60-somethings like me, don't get left behind? So upskilling also becomes a part of the training.
Yes.
How do we embrace digital transformation rather than just see it as a threat? Because the fact of the matter is, we can sit down in our complacency here while the rest of the world move on and leave us in.
Yes.
So we have to talk now seriously about how do we meet the challenges and opportunities of digital transformation and, by extension, artificial intelligence, as Brother Desmond brought up a while ago. We have to talk about infrastructure, not just roads, but internet. Is internet no human right, as the Mexicans have said? Do we have we have to have a national conversation around better and more reliable broadband, because the broadband quality is deteriorating for the average Jamaican.
Yes, sir.
And how are we going to be globally competitive? How are we going to give our young people and all the opportunities if we have failing internet? The fact is that there are millions of opportunities outside of Jamaica that we can access now virtually. But are we really training our people in that direction? So our young people now who don't want to retire working in the same place after 40 years and get a gold watch or whatever, but want to have time flexibility, the ability to earn in dollars or bitcoins, in foreign currency, and work at their pleasure. Are we training them in that direction? So there's a lot of conversations we need to have on a national level right now.
Yes.
Productivity, digital transformation, the skills shortage, the future of work. And let me just endorse heartily what you said earlier, Helene. The employers are fully committed to the decent work agenda. We need to talk more about it.
Yeah.
But it is not attainable, it is not attainable in a sustainable way without strong economic growth.
Yeah.
And I would say, added to what Wayne just said as well, is that we have to, sometimes those of us who come up in a particular dispensation, we don't seem to want to recognize and accept the changes when they come. So I know there are some of us who grew up in this 5-day, 40-hour week, and we're representing a lot of workers who are not committed to that 5-day, 40-hour week, you know. They want to have the ability to be very flexible and to move. So I've represented some persons who want to work 24 hours and then get 4 days off so that they can go and pick up another job doing something else, and you have to now be speaking to them about, whether you can in fact work 24 hours without it having its impact on you and what have you. But this is what is happening worldwide.
Yes.
And so we have to, even as older persons in the system, be able to recognize what is happening, so we know what the challenges are, we know what the quote-unquote new worker demands. The new worker not demanding the same thing. Like, I know when I joined the workforce in the late 1970s,
yes.
and some of what I see happening now, we would fight against and totally oppose.
Yes.
Coming from that space. So there are some adaptations that have to be made, and people have to become far more flexible. And in terms of the workers that we are turning out, future workers that we are turning out of our schools and universities, we have a problem there. We judge the performance of schools based on how many children pass 5 or more subjects. We don't even know what subjects they are and how relevant they are to the labor market. I have to be saying to my members and looking at their own children, be careful. Your child may want to do X and Y, or you may want the child to become a lawyer. But is our lawyers actually in demand? Are lawyers paid as well as you think they are?
Yes.
And the young person don't want to do anything like that. Them can earn far more money on the internet, selling and doing whatever, and some of them are doing very well at that. So the traditional workplace is not only the only workplace now.
Yeah.
So you have the virtual workplace, and therefore, even in terms of our measurements and so on, we have to adapt. Because if we don't adapt, we will find that we're turning out information that may not necessarily be relevant to our society and the environment today.
And I'm saying that you can't ignore one at the expense of the other.
Yeah.
Because yes, this whole arrangement, it's coming, it's there, we have to adapt, but we still have to deal with the hard industry.
Yeah. Clifton.
We still have to deal with the hard industry.
Clifton,
so we have to go back to the training, because as we speak, you can't find a plumber right down towards one. You can't find a good carpenter. You can't find a good mason. Right? These are skills, that are not only marketable right here in Jamaica, but abroad.
Yes. Vincent, I want to hear from, I want you hold it there, Vin. I want to hear, because the time is about to run out. I want to hear from Clifton. Clifton, what is your take to what you so far and what we have been discussing?
Well, I totally agree with the comments both from Wayne and my colleagues that we are living in a time where we have a new workforce, and we're not recognizing that's a new workforce, a new set of workers who look at things completely different. We need a national discussion like what we have in nowadays, in order to look on the labor market and to decide what we want. Because we're not going to take it in a piecemeal and achieve anything. There are so much issues affecting the labor market that we just need to build out that shopping list, and we will work out the detail as to how we correct the ills in the labor market. There's a lot of ills. There's a question of when you examine the persons who are coming out of school, tertiary institution, where are they going? What are we challenging them to do? Is for economic growth, or is just to look at jobs somewhere and we don't know where that will lead to in terms of the progress of the country. So we need a national discussion on the question of what we need to do in the labor market to put us in a position to be able to compete with the rest of the world. We have the personnel here. Our people go abroad and excel. Why are we not capturing them and use them to our advantage And the whole question of how we treat people is a next issue. So I totally agree with my colleague, but we need a discussion like this nationally. We need a forum where we just sit down, whether over 1 or 2 days, both government, employer, unions, and look, where are we in this country? What are the variables in the labor market? What we need to do to correct some of the ills? And we come up with a plan as to how we move forward. It is not going to be a short-term fix, but we need to build out that short-term, medium-term, and long-term in order to achieve our objective. Next 3 years, we're going to have the same type of discussion, looking at the same type of issues affecting us, and we're not moving forward.
Yes. Well, gentlemen and lady, we have exhausted the time, but I want, well, this
That's what I want to contribute at this point, Daisy.
Yes, this platform is, for our workers, right? So I want to thank you, Mr. Chin. I want to thank Mr. Morrison, Ms. Ellen Davis-White, Mr. Grant. But just to let you all know that you will be invited back, because these are issues that we don't, at Rebel Radio, we don't have a one time, just a one discussion about them, because what we are looking at is the problems that we are having and the solutions, because we have to move forward. We have to move forward. So we can't just have a little one discussion here and just leave them alone. So
and we want to thank you very much, sir,
yes,
for hosting this discussion.
Yes.
You have given a whole heap of time for us to talk about these issues. And, I agree with my colleagues that if we're going to move forward, we must stop the talking and take some action going forward.
Okay. Well, that is workers' time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good Christmas.
Yes.
And same to you all.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. That was workers' time. And we had the president of the Jamaica Employers Federation, Mr. Wayne Chen, Mr. Vincent Morrison of UCASE, Mrs. Ellen Davis-White of Jalgo, and Vice President of the UAW, Mr. Clifton Grant. Okay, this is Rebel Radio. Let's go for a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagley Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see?
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices. The cleanest restrooms and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. from the fastest, coolest service stations. Get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Art here.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Welcome to the world of sports and entertainment. This is a weekend run up of 15 minutes. Yes, 15 minutes is gone to now, right? So, you know, there's a few things happening on the weekends and what is to come in the world of sports. Yes, we're looking at the JPL football and the you know, the usual English Premier League that is taking shape, and a lot of results that are going unexpectedly. Congratulations to new coach Amarin, who have chiseled out a come from behind win for his Manchester United team with that excellent goal from Ahmad, and of course a penalty that was by Bruno Fernandes after Manchester City had taken the lead, and in the second half Manchester United came back and won 2-1 at the Etihad. Such a rare victory, even though it's a second victory in this year that Manchester United have over Manchester City. And of course, one was looking for Liverpool to maintain a strong lead, but they were pegged back and 1-1. And Chelsea is now the team that is emerging as the challenger to Liverpool on the lead now. So it's there and thereabout. Another thing that I want to point out now, we see because the JPL, Jamaica Premier League now, which have it matches them during the week and on the weekends, because of the CONCACAF Caribbean Cup now, which Cavaliers are taking part, which they eventually won. You know, it's a toll on that team, which they had several matches in hand and at the same time have to be playing in that league. And I don't know if the schedule is quite, if it fits the right way, because Cavalier has played about 5 matches in the space. So 2 weeks. And they are saying that the players are tired and they're looking to rest now, even though they have a next game coming up on the weekend. Yes, so Cavalier is sorry. Cavaliers 5th at this time and looking forward to making amends coming with the other match that's coming up. But let us get into some music immediately. Sorry, that pun is on me. Okay.
Music production. Music
You know, this is just the bass, the salsa rhythm. Immediately, what we're gonna do is just go through to the results of the weekend's match in the EPL after this. You don't know the cells already.
Salsa, music production. Music production.
Okay, let us go straight into the results last week of the EPL. Arsenal 0, Everton 0, Liverpool 2, Fulham 2, Newcastle United 4, Leicester City 0, Wolves 1, Ipswich Town 2, Nottingham Forest 2, Aston Villa 1. Sunday, the 15th of December. Brighton 1, Crystal Palace 3. Manchester City 1, Manchester United 2. Chelsea 2, Brentford 1. Southampton 0, Tottenham Hotspur 5. And today, which rounded off this round-off match, Bournemouth 1, West Ham United 1. Let's give it a point standing as it is. After 15 round-off matches, it's still Liverpool, 36 points. Chelsea second, 34 points. Arsenal third, 30 points. Nottingham Forest surprisingly fourth, 28 points. Manchester City 27 points. Bournemouth 25 points, 6th place. Aston Villa 25 points, 7th place. Fulham 24 points, 8th place. Brighton and Hove Albion 9th, 24 points. And Tottenham Hotspur rounding off the top 10. on 23 points. And battling down at the relegation is Ipswich on 12, Wolves on 9, and Southampton on 5. But not too far away from them is Leicester City. Yes, that's what it is in the EPL. Now, I don't have much to say, but when you look at all the thing structure with the Jamaica Premier League, and this is something of note, and the club that recently won the CONCACAF Club Caribbean, that is Cavaliers, who is into the round of 16, waiting on either Cincinnati or Miami FC to play next year. Yes, they are playing their rescheduled match, and when you look at the 5 matches, them cramped in 2 weeks, the same players, you know, it's a concern, you know, because of the legs of these players that are playing 2 to 3 weeks of match every week, and see they have another match that is coming up that matches were postponed during the club championship. Okay, so I will have to say more on this on Friday, and we will discuss this to see the schedule on how these teams play in the Premier League and then in the club championship with other countries. Okay, we'll be discussing that and more this Friday. So this is all on the roundup, and unless Celsa take us out again.
Celsa Music Production. Music Production.
The Lion King of Hardware.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up, sir? Where you going?
But see, me have business to do down by JPS, and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want to pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live this.
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right. Get the lowest prices for the year, only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! Lowest price guarantee on everything you see. Home and things for everyday living.
Video that is being streamed live. Look for the chat box on the side or bottom of the video.
Escalation in food prices this year has been dizzying and numbing at the same time. Agriculture in Jamaica is in a mess. Frankly speaking, it's simple people on the minimum wage or just above it cannot feed themselves on Jamaican food. Not with ground provisions having doubled in prices in the last 6 months, and vegetable, carrots, sweet pepper, pak choy have been gone up by 3 times their mid-year prices. Good day. I'm Franklin McKnight. This is the 149th episode of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. Welcome. Please subscribe if you have not yet done so. The same link you use for this live podcast will take you and anyone with whom you share it to the recorded version of the podcast later. Thanks again. We are on food this week. And yes, imported foods have just kept going up in prices in the supermarket. From chicken to salted mackerel to rice and corned beef to cornmeal and peas, you name it. It's just been going. Frankly speaking, don't talk about the Eat Jamaican campaign. That just fizzled last month. It's been a cliche with no effect for years. Eat Jamaica. There's very little Jamaican food in the supermarkets. Well, go and take a look. And the local foods where you can find them are almost at double the price in the markets, markets remain filthy and chaotic. If you don't believe, go take a look. As to Jamaican favorites now, like sorrel and gungo peas, those are some of the scarcest things in the local markets. By the way, did you see someone advertising a gallon of sorrel for nearly $2,000? And why increasingly? Why can't we find local seeds to grow? Our own local seeds. All of this points to the inability of Jamaica to feed itself, to provide food at prices the average man can afford. It's what the big guys call food security. And frankly speaking, this in a country where agriculture contributes about 8% of the GDP. And there are all kinds of officials and educated agriculturalists around. And we can hardly hear anything from them that's sensible. Frankly speaking, Jamaica's agriculture is in a mess. Don't look to the Jamaica Agricultural Society either. It's in a mess too. We are not even sure who are its leaders. Some of them are going to quote in January. Well, one thinker and doer in the food business is our guest today, international business and trade economist, international business and trade economist, Dr. Samuel Scott. He attended farm school. He's an old farmer, as they say, worked his way up, has done projects in about 70 countries. But before we can call on him, let's hear a line or two what Desmond would like to say if we get the time. Desmond.
We want to talk about the Integrity Commission and the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister fight with the Integrity Commission.
Right, and if we get the time, we're going to go there. Let's also say, and also we have with us today, Vinny and Lisinzo. Those are panelists. Let's also say we're going to bring on agricultural expert and publisher Patrick Maitland after our discussion with Dr. Scott. So let me remind you, just press that button to subscribe to the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. Here, though, is Dr. Scott. Welcome, sir. Dr.
Thank
Scott,
you.
tell us now, what's going on with Jamaican agriculture?
Well, I think I can share a couple of things that I talked to a number of friends. Being a part of the old farmer fraternity, you speak with some of the professionals who are there, as well as speaking to some of the farmers that are there. In my third options, I do some farming and stuff. But, you know, over the years, I recognize that I'm an optimist, so I always see the glass half full. And in that, I see you have the expertise there. I was just off the phone with one of my agriculture father, won't call his name, but he was inside livestock and we were going over to the main part of the exercise in the 53 ACP countries, and I like to go wide and then narrow and focusing, is this. Successive leaders in all of those countries from about the 50s right up to now. Two things happen. A failure to respect agriculture, and secondly, the treatment of farmers as subsistence farmers. And I want to tell you, some farmers are smart enough that many of them even smarter than some of the leaders in many of those countries. And so I start out by saying this. Anyone who controls your food, your water, your energy, and your infrastructure, they're going to control you. And therefore, what you may have seen, where food has become the major issue with respect to empires falling and empires rising, food has always been the foundation. I frankly believe that in the case of Jamaica, it's just a question of getting integrated professionals sitting down integratedly in looking at what we need, how we can do it, where we can do it, who are the players that should be involved, and set up some storage and distribution system that will move the 90 enterprises that you're going to go. And then if you look at the 16 that was prioritized on the CARICOM for funding under the EPA, European Partnership Agreement, that's where we should start from. But there is also something that you find affecting agriculture. This is where the vicissitudes of risk and uncertainties as a result of weather and programs not being able to get farmers to get back fast on their feet, that is going to impact food prices and what have you. You have the base of 240,000 farmers. You have the land. I am sure we can move some water inside of it. I think more or less that we can normalize the production process as we go through. That's my observation.
But Dr. Samuels,
yes.
Dr. Samuels, who would you say should take the lead in developing and pushing forward Jamaica's agriculture?
It's a partnership. And let me tell you why I come from where I come from. My sphere of work now is mainly in the area of private sector engagement and development. And I see the private sector has to play a pivotal role in agriculture. But the private sector will complain that there is no consistency in policies and programs, and the enabling environment becomes a little bit too risky for them to go into that kind of capital expansion. So let me take one industry that I was familiar with, and one is in my backyard. When I was a student and a young professional, we had one of the largest beef cattle herd in the Western Hemisphere here outside of United States and Latin America.
Yes.
And that was the private sector driving that piece. So the good old farmer who is now at the Supreme Farm, Pinnock, used to run about 5,000 to 6,000 head of animal. Reynolds used to have a processing plant up in Lidford. You could get any of the steaks that you want to see there, more or less. As a youngster, I used to see the dairy industry and the citrus people. You used to have the bog walk and you used to have canning and stuff like that. I'm not going to touch sugar because that's another game, more or less. I see spices, pimento. It was the small farmers, but you have the institutions and government playing a significant role in creating the environment. Here's this. Products are driven by markets. Once markets are stable, you are going to have people want to engage in the opportunity. And I'm going to use one example to close out here. As I said earlier on to Franklin and the rest of the team, and everybody can call me Scotty. That's what I love to be called. In the next 5 years, everything that you're going in the Caribbean is going to be growing inside the United States from the Mason-Dixie lines come down because of the microclimate that is there. We can see an element of that. Let's look at the diaspora market for things like pepper, Scotch bonnet, Port Callaloo, and sorrel, and what have you. There is a market right now between the up-south market, New York, Detroit, what have you, coming down to Atlanta, right back down to the Keys. Anywhere there's a cluster of Caribbean folks, you have these folks who are farmers with a backyard or they find a little plot where they grow these items and they have market year-round. They don't need the U.S. government to tell them to plant these items. But one thing the U.S. government recognized is that this is a specialty crop that is employing people, and therefore within USDA, they have a specialty crop program and a loan program that cover those items. So I can take anybody who have a piece of land here and say, you want to grow some callaloo or you want to grow some peppers, because the 109 stores is out there within the region for that. Come, you can get access to capital. You can get access to working capital.
Desmond, going to come back on you, Dr. Scott.
So, Doc,
Scott, whatever you want.
You touch,
Desmond, let me ask you a question again, man.
Hold on.
You touch the button. You touch the button, Doc. You need a private public sector initiative. So what we are seeing now, that the government, the public sector is falling behind, neglecting agriculture. And you pointed a while ago about the neglect. The farmers, the small farmers in Jamaica, they are neglected badly. As we speak right now, small farmers in St. Elizabeth, Portland, St. Mary, suffering. Promises made to them have not been kept. And therefore, what we are suffering from here is lack of production.
Desmond, I don't see it more as farmers being neglected by ways and ways. Small farmers inherently need institutions and organizations that will work for them on their behalf, because what that farmer wants to do is to produce, but they do not want to go through the headache of registering the farms, making sure that they, when the loan programs come about, they sit down and fill in the forms, having an extension partner that works with them with the outreach and all that kind of stuff. If there are not institutions to help, especially with, when we did the study and look at the 250,000 farmers in Jamaica, right? You saw a different category of farmers. Those who were on the larger side of the operation, they had the wherewithal to run agriculture as a business. It is that level at the middle and the bottom that is very vulnerable. So what I would say, you need to have more cooperatives, more producer organization, a proper integration of the JS and the Jamaica Manufacturer and Exporters Association, and lead persons who are recognized in the community, that there is not a partisan approach to feeding the country. And that's where the action is. So the subvention done to the Ministry of Agriculture has to be more. It should be doubled. $12 billion a year. That should be just $12 billion in mandatory allocation. And I'm going to come to you why I'm using this word mandatory. And another 12,000 for discretionary spending, where you integrate that public-private partnership to get that going and show the sustainability of the market. We just completed a survey of supermarkets in Jamaica in the 4 cities. And Franklin is right. And we did it because of a private sector feasibility study that we were asked to do by some other folks. And 90% of the items were imported. However, there are items that we see that the market, you could penetrate those markets to go. And that is where
Hold on, again. Tell us a little bit more about that study. And is that study generally available?
No.
Okay,
it's a private,
roughly 90% of the
90% of those items you see in the store that are primary and processed agricultural products are from overseas, more or less, right? Those items like many of those items could be produced. So the people who are going to use that data is looking at how can we come in as agripreneurs to be able to engage farmers and individuals to get involved in it. And I speak to farmers, I speak to some of my classmates. I'm on the forum with quite a few folks. And believe me, man, they have identified everything that we need to go right.
Before you go any further, let me just remind our viewers, yes, we're looking at your messages coming in. Winnie's going to jump in and read them shortly. We're getting a few messages. And whenever you're ready, Winnie, just jump in. But Dr. Scott or Scotty, our old farmer, or international expert, one of the things I wanted to mention, because you mentioned this earlier, and it's important. I've just been speaking with 2 councillors. One on
okay, I hope you can hear me. You went a while ago. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
You want to go ahead?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
I realize that there is something wrong. So proceed, because
all right, we're losing a little bit of wind. Yes. So what I was saying, we had 2 councillors, one JLP, one PNP. I've been talking to. They're from the south of St. Anne, where there was the effects of burial. And the people continue to come to them and complain that they have not been getting the assistance. That they have not been getting the assistance that has been promised. And that some of it gone through politics, and some of them crying victimization. Well, I don't know if victimization, because both sides are affected. And you mentioned that the need for them to come back quickly. Now, things like that. I mean, the government is saying we're putting out so much and we're giving them so much. And the farmers themselves are complaining. They go to the councillors and say, "Councillor, I don't get no fertilizer, I don't get the seeds."
Yes.
So how
You see,
go ahead.
well, here's this. In most developing and orderly society, um, the political directorate should not be responsible for the doling out or the attractment of resources for producers. Period.
Absolutely.
You have a government body, which is the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, and this goes back to fundamentally how we structure these organizations to work. And in every parish, you should have some frontline agencies that deals with farmers. Let me tell you about what I know in many of the developing countries. You have one agency that deals with the money, the finance and stuff like that. You have one agency that deals with the infrastructure, irrigation, and all of the things that needs to be done for their environment. And you have one agency that deals with the wealth, the well-being of the farmer. That would be for housing, stuff like that. When a farmer is registered, which you have 200 and odd registered in St. Anne, you have 23,000 farmers. That farmer is registered, that farmer goes to that office, and that office has developed the relationship where his acreage report, his production report, his yield and harvest report is known over time. Then you can have a quick response program to assist that farmer to get back up in the field. The whole issue about I don't want to work with the government, and the government is supposed to be your best friend as a farmer. And this is where I come down that when you splinter off the resources to be channeled through political directorates, you're going to come up with issues that you are raising. The other leg of the stool that needs to be active is those NGOs, non-governmental organizations that are in place doing, and this is why the ministry needs some more monies now, because in that this humanitarian and other discretionary funding that I mentioned, they would be able to contract those outreach agencies, maybe JS, maybe other agencies, where they can identify those farmers and say to those farmers, hey, look, I'm just coming from a conference a few days ago. In that room were producers who produce 250,000 of the top commodities that this country knows feed the world. But there's a body that is able to lobby for them. There are agencies that can help them to open the door of those agencies. And you have the government system for accountability that is inside that, more or less. And for the sake of me, we have been saying this since they gave us scholarship to go to school and we come back. Nobody wants to reorganize agriculture around a common agricultural policy and the setting up of what is known as a national farm plan. Don't tell me about Vision 2030 or what have you. I don't even think we are going to be able to hit those milestones. I don't think so. But we have not been able to integrate those pillars such that the private sector can be energized, the stakeholders on the other side can be energized to do things. All we do is ever so often we're like cats and dogs on a hot bricks. We holler and cry without understanding how to pry the system open and how to make sure that those systems are responsive
Dr.
to
Scott,
the things that
Dr.
is there.
Scott, don't you
Yes,
and
sir.
your colleagues, not you so much because you are international and you're doing everything all over, aren't the people who, people educated in agriculture, the agronomists and the whole set of them in Jamaica, aren't they part of that problem in terms of not providing the leadership
Yes,
in
man.
Jamaica, the opinion, the ideas?
Yes, man. As a matter of fact, Franklin, you know on the forum that Patrick has on, more or less, you have people who form camps and debates and what have you, when there is no need for that.
Take up partisan positions.
No, there's no need for that. What you need to look at is now what isn't working. Let me tell you, I work on a project in Africa, if you bear with me for 2 minutes. And that project was to look at 42 dairies to be supported. A certain international organization worked through NGO organization to support them. And the CEO of that organization will remain nameless, but anything that you do in your life is affected by things that he builds and manufactures. He looked at everybody in the audience, 120 people from different countries, and said, it's a 5-year project. Take the first 2 to 3 years and tell me everything that does not work in those dairies. And we're going to make sure, a system approach, to make sure that you have the resources to correct that. One of the big problems with some of those dairies, you could not supply afternoon milk because there is no refrigerated ways to get that. They come in and they put in coolers and collection centers for those milk. Milk production went up and up and up. In one country where the dairy operation couldn't work, they reprogrammed it to look at what is known as dual purpose poultry and target women and youth to expand those things. That's the kind of stuff that our agricultural think tank, which I thought we would have matured to be able to do that, would work. And we can't go back to the history of what happened and what didn't happen. We now have to look forward and say, this is what we have, this is what we want, how we can bring those things together. Because here is this, votes will come and votes will go, but the farmer and the food and the water and the energy and the infrastructure will always be there. And the question is, how are you going to bring the nexus of those things to come together to serve your country? There are people who are doing it, and you need to understand how to do it than the blasted grandstanding that many people try to do. Sorry, I should not have swear on your program, sir, but I'm excitable. The grandstanding that we do is not necessary because we have 600-700 of us with degrees and what have you. What are we doing for our community to help the small farmer to understand that he's in a global space of almost 2 to 3 billion farmers, and he has to make sure that his farming enterprise is operating at optimum? That's the bottom line, brother.
And another part of the bottom line I want to ask you now. So you have given us a general view of how you see it and the efficiencies and the changes. Just talk to us for a minute and a half about what advice you would give a government, this government, the opposition, whoever takes charge of agriculture for the next 5 years or so. What advice would you be giving to say this is where you want to go?
The first thing, and I've given it over and over and over to my peers and what have you, go back to the drawing board and come up with a farm bill that is driven by 12 to 13 titles, right? Enterprise and commodity. Structure it to cover 5 and 6 year program that when they're authorized, no matter what changes have been made in the political directorate or what have you, those programs are in place, right? And they are entrenched inside of it. Go back and start to look at area officers, regional office. That is a one-stop window for the small farmer to come in to look at access to land, access to capital, access to input, access to improve infrastructure, access to markets. Those things are doable and it can be done. You are allocating $12 billion a year for a Ministry of Agriculture. Try to move it up even to 15 and use that $3 billion to be able to do the things that many folks are doing. People may say, and I close with this, people may say you can't take things from elsewhere to work because your environment may be different. I am telling you that all the countries I've gone through, the small farmers are being faced by similar problems when it comes to the input markets and the output markets, how you integrate them. And believe me, It's a partnership. Yes, sir, Mr. Richards.
One of the issues we have in Jamaica is that the politicians, a number of the politicians are importers of food and food products. Yes. They have businesses that are involved in that. And therefore, what you are saying there, unless we have a new thinking, we are not going to see it from this crop of politicians, because they want us to continue with to import as much as we can, because that is part of their business.
It's profitable to them.
Yeah, but here's this now. All those invoices that reach Jamaica under the Freedom for Information, you're supposed to be able to get those invoices, so to speak. As a matter of fact, I remember I was in St. Kitts when one of the invoices on a particular item imported by a certain group straight to my desk, and I was able to call the supermarket and do a breakdown on the prices. If you had a good think tank or a good group, inside this group that Patrick had about 240, and some of the experts are 300 and change. If you were able to have good analysis to see what is coming in, when it is coming in, and I'm going to bring a little, we never like to talk about small island, but small islands have some things that are successful. St. Lucia come up with a program that they were able to monitor import. As a matter of fact, one of the largest importer of stuff in St. Lucia is one of my batchmates. Is an old farmer. And when I went to him, he said, Scotty, when I look at it, they know which window that they cannot release license to bring in certain things, especially for the hotels and stuff like that. What is happening inside Jamaica is that the professionals are all happy in doing the things that they want to do, but do not understand that at the local level and the broader level, data has to come in. Do you think any government want to see 6 weeks of a report saying that X number of pounds of items were imported and impacting this and what have you, and you're keeping the pressure going, my brother? No, they don't. And therefore, they'll make adjustment. I told Franklin just a while ago something that happened when I was over by Cristiano, that it was a direct political directive with the private sector that was able to release 40 million pounds of root crops into the system. And all we had to do as a private sector was to respond, provide credit, organize the logistics to pick up and delivery, and ensure we made a ton load of money in the exercise. That is what to be needed, because it is not unreasonable to say, look, at this time of the year, all on some of the imports, on this side, but when you don't have data to drive the system, or a group to drive the system objectively, you're going to have the kind of nonsense that you are saying, more or less. And no country can operate that way.
And you are spot on, especially with the professional behavior and educated people in Jamaica. The professionals from all the professional groups, we're not just talking about agriculture now. They have let down the side. They have let down people of educated.
Corruption, man.
Corruption. Corrupt. They have the partisan ideas. I mean, you mentioned, the one group where we're talking about them. They have the partisan ideas. They back up the political party. They don't want to say, for example, the agricultural system needs the type of transformation you're talking about. They're just not willing to go on because it's fattening them. Right now, it's fattening.
Yeah,
and it's so wrong. We could talk to you for 3 years.
Forever. Franklin put us into trouble 40-something years ago, Nice trouble. There's something called good trouble. I was reminding him. That same project I told you about was an article that he did along with another person who is retired now. And I remember the Prime Minister calling in the Minister of Agriculture, the Permanent Secretary, people from the food production, as well as people from the private sector, and we sat down, I think it was a Thursday, and work out the broader parts of the distribution. Because all the Prime Minister wanted to hear is really if there was 40,000 products out there that was getting competition from imports like Irish potato and stuff like that.
And for those who didn't hear you earlier, because we were just talking, you're talking about what you were able to do out of the AMC.
Out of the AMC. And what he did, he pushed us back to the ministry. And between people, I can't call name now because they are good guys, Lenny Morgan, Raphael Smith, we set up a distribution depot at the AMC where we could consolidate items from the Christiana food belt and deliver that into the AMC. Higglers who are even from that area didn't have to come to Christiana to pick up stuff anymore. They go with a voucher to the AMC and get the Irish potato and go and drop it all over the different points of Kingston and markets and stuff like that. That was a direct public-private partnership to release distribution, but you had to have data to support it. And this is where our group now needs to start to sponsor those things, to know where the items are, to be able to direct the politician and go back for more or less. Huh?
Business and trade economist, Dr. Samuel Scott. Scotty.
Thank you.
They have some other name for him, you know, his batch mates, they pride him, but he has done work in about 70 countries. He knows about agriculture. And we are very grateful for you, sir, for some of your perspectives on the broad outlook of agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it's always a pleasure. I am happy and I'll be with you in walking the talk. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, Winnie, you were with us sometimes, Winnie, and sometimes off. And I saw a lot of comments coming in. We weren't able to pick them up. Winnie, have any of them at your fingertips? Because we're going to Patrick Maitland right now. But Winnie, you go ahead first.
Okay.
Go ahead, Winnie.
Go ahead. Most of the comments, if you can hear me, Rubian Forbes, Joan Green, Warrell Jeffrey, these persons have commented. And Joe Green says, interesting conversation. There's Sonia Nevis or Nevis, top of the evening, everyone. But we have our regulars. Oh, Warrell Jeffrey says, many of the farmers will tell you that the bank will not give them a loan. But if they want a loan to buy a car, the banks will quickly give it to them. And I would have asked about the PC Bank. Where is that? Rubian Forbes, the government needs to place more emphasis on backyard farming, says Rubian. Thank you all. Marva Hewitt says, Dr. Scott, you're saying exactly my concerns. It is my daily cry that Jamaica is asleep. We spend our time pretending all is well, and we're running out of time, says Marva. Thank you all. Marva says again, Dr. Scott, this is food for thought. Thank you. And thank you to all those who have commented. Keep the comments coming. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Patrick Maitland very quickly. Patrick, I don't know if you heard.
Patrick is the minister's. Patrick is the minister's spokesman. Go ahead, Patrick.
No, you can't. No, Desmond, you can't introduce a man as that man.
Don't do that.
Patrick is an agriculturalist. Yeah. He runs the agriculturalist magazine.
Patrick is the minister's
business. And we want to hear his thoughts.
Patrick is the minister's.
Patrick, go ahead.
Patrick is the minister's spokesman.
No,
Patrick,
sir, I don't speak for anybody.
Why is agriculture just struggling so much, Patrick?
So here's the point now. Everything Scotty has said is spot on.
I'm not hearing you so well.
Everything
Patrick.
that Mr. Scott is saying is correct. So we must move to the solution now.
Yeah.
What I think is the real problem is leadership. The political leadership that agriculture needs. There's nobody providing that political leadership in the cabinet, no matter who you take it. You have to have a strong individual, because if you speak to the minister, he's very much aware of these issues, and you will hear him agree to it. But when it comes on to the action plan, no action is taken. And
Well,
I
Patrick,
think
sorry, Patrick. I just want an explanation of that. When you say the political leadership, where is that? Where would that be coming from?
all right, you know, I tell people all the while, if you look at tourism with Ed Bartlett, the strides
Have
that
we
they have
lost him?
made
Oh man.
over the years is because
Patrick,
Ed
why have we
Bartlett.
lost him? Go ahead, Patrick. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. If you look at tourism, the strides that they have made is because Ed Bartlett has been there for many years. And even during opposition, he continues to shadow tourism. And he spent a lot of time see to it that the tourism policy remains, right? There's no such person in agriculture. Personally, I was expecting Bobby Montague as an agriculturalist to be that person, right? Because no matter how you take it, there is always need to be a set of people whose influence it will be listened to at the political level. Because you have to understand Jamaica, you know. No matter all the talking we are doing, it boils down to political decision in the cabinet. All right? No matter how you take it. So the importation, everybody knows. As that government change, you have a new set of importers come in and import the same food. Right? That always happens. Everybody knows that.
Yes. Okay, that's the end of today's show. Yes, and I want to thank all my listeners and viewers. Yes, take it easy. Drivers, riders, pedestrians. Yes, we are 2 weeks for the end of the year, before the end of the year. No more deaths. Let us pledge, let us work towards, not pledge, that we will not have any more road deaths for the rest of the year. And the murder rate, it is over 1,000. Keep safe. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. Until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio. I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Steven! Steven!
Grandpa, why you dressed up so? Where you going?
But see ya. Me have business to do down by JPS and I want Steven to carry me. I want to find out how much me want pay them.
Grandpa, people don't do that again.
What do you mean?
Pops, it's modern days. JPS has efficient IVR.
IVR?
Customer service. They did all over the phone.
We have recognized the number that you are calling from as being attached to account number 301842.
Then how them get me new number? And how them know it's me?
Grandpa, I updated your account with your new number. So when you call JPS, they already know it's you. So them just going to give you your information.
Look where me live, see?
Grandpa, you don't have to go to JPS for everything.
Thank God for you, no young people.
Cool Oasis service stations are the fastest, coolest service stations around. Drive through and buy your phone cards from Cool Biz. Yes, it's easy. No paper, no pin. From the fastest, coolest service stations. Quality fuels, lubricants, and refreshments at the lowest prices, the cleanest restrooms, and the smoothest service to make your drive even cooler. From the fastest, coolest service stations, get cool service and cool stuff fast at Cool Oasis service stations island-wide.
It's Tools, Hardware and Supplies massive end of year sale for all of December. Yes, get your home holiday ready with new arrivals for your bathroom, kitchen, living room, and more. Yes, porcelain and ceramic tiles, windows, doors, paint, and more are coming right. Get the lowest prices for the year only at Tools.
Come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Heart here.
How would you like the protection you want when you want it? With Guardian Link, you can go from one click to totally covered with 24-hour access to a range of plans designed to cover the people you care about. From critical illness and retirement to investment opportunities. Application is easier, approval time is quicker, and you'll experience even more convenience with 24/7 online access. So get connected with Guardian Link today. Visit guardianlink.myguardiangroup.com and live secure. Live easy.
Everyday living, we make it worthwhile. Real people, real value. Oh, what a style! From kitchen to bathroom, a whole heap of tile. Home and things for everyday living. Nice up your home, fix up every room. Shop every day, shop real value. Fixtures and faucets to catch your eye. We have the options, we have the style. Everyday living, so versatile. Real people, real value. Oh, what